right. Good morning. Good morning. Sorry, I was setting up the timer, but we are here to do Sunday morning sprints. How is everyone this morning? How are we all doing? How was your week? My week was pretty hectic. We're still dealing with, as I call it, and you guys have probably heard this before, but it's called Murphy's Law. If one thing happens, then there's a chain of events or a chain of things that keep happening. Yes, that it has plagued our house since the library scenario. So not only have we had to rebuild the library, we've replaced the pool filter cartridge. We have dealt with my husband's truck. We have dealt with there was something else, the water heater, the water softener system, that happened around the same time as the library. So we've changed that out. We've come to discover that we will have to regen the system manually. So they lied when they said it would be automatic because we are on well water, therefore they cannot predict when we're going to have to regen it because the water starts to turn yellow because of the iron. So, which reminds me, I have to put in that we regened it yesterday because we had to go buy salt to put in the little tank. So I need to write that in my notebook in the first sprint. But now Murphy's Law has dictated that we need to buy a new pool pump. In theory, they say that once the pool pump is changed out, then we should be good because the filter cartridge and the pool pump are the two main components for our pool. So hopefully, cross fingers, knock on wood, whatever you want to do, hopefully that is it. That is it. So we'll see what happens. I am going to be doing a couple of different things during today's sprints because I have to film my September TBR. I want to try to finish this book, Spark Joy, because I can return it to the library. I do have some notes and papers that I wanted to transfer into this notebook, and I have to update a few pages of this notebook. And I also need to update my reading journal and also film the video for September's flip through. So we'll see how that goes. Also, not on this list, I need to fold laundry and I need to get my husband to print out book covers for me. So I need to make sure that so that I can make sure I have those covers, because some of them go in my first one from January through June, because I need to finish that so I can film the flip through for that, and then I need to add in covers for this current one. So lots to do today. My husband is also changing out pieces on his, or I should say our, because I drove it too, our Impala, which is like a Chevy Impala, a car. You guys probably know that. I'm rambling. I'm sorry. I haven't had enough coffee. But we change out. They're actually called actuators, and then some of them are called blend doors. Little pieces that you have to change out every now and then, and that helps control the like AC and the way it blows, and if it's starting to act up or if it goes bad, it makes this god awful like bongo sound. So we have to change those out, and sometimes I have to help him because I'm the one with the small fingers. So we'll see. Hopefully I don't have to and I can get all of my things done. But that is pretty much what I am going to do today. I will make my to-do list on Spirit City. We do have all of the spirits for the magical library, so I have chosen one of them that I think is absolutely adorable. And we'll make our to-do list and we'll get through all of the things. All of the things. So let's see who all is here and we will get started on our first sprint. And I saw who came in first and I was a little shocked because Christina is here. First thing. Good morning, Christina. She's giving us our morning PSA. Remember to hydrate, feed thyself, check the laundry, take meds, stretch, and show some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring the bell so you hopefully get notified. Yes, please, and thank you. I saw that my subscriber count has gone up by a few, so yay. Welcome in new friends if you're here. And we hope to have you around and hope you love the content. Elena is here. Good morning, Elena. She says she's good and reading Hawking by Charles Sefi. Hopefully I pronounced that right. If not, I'm sorry. Hopefully you're enjoying it. Never heard of that one. Swank says, morning, mama. Why does it say final sprint? I clicked on this one. Sorry about that. And Swank says, howdy everyone. Happy World Whale Shark Day. Ooh. Happy Slinky Day. Oh, if only I had a slinky. And happy Frankenstein Day. And Mary Shelley's birthday. Ooh, trying to say that 3 times fast. Well, happy birthday to Mary Shelley. And thank you for giving us Frankenstein. He is one of my classic monsters that I like. I don't know why, but I like him. Donna says, hey, Alicia, guess what I have to do today? Make a to-do list. What I never did on Friday. So wait, you have to make a to-do list of all the things you didn't do on Friday, or you never made your to-do list on Friday and did the things? I'm confused. Either way, yay for to-do lists. I'll have mine. Mine will be on screen momentarily. Because I have lots to do and I want to get a lot done. So we'll see how it goes. Lauren is here. Good morning, ladies. I'm working overtime. Are you surprised even on a Sunday? Ma'am, you should be resting on a Sunday. But yay for overtime. Hello, I've got 2 hours left, but I am reading in between working, and I am now on to The Romance Revival by Christina Lauren. Ooh, I've seen that one and I want to read it. I've only ever read one Christina Lauren, and that is the In a Hollandaise. I read that for book club a long time ago. Not my book club, a previous book club. And I do have a couple more on my shelves that I would like to read. Let me know how you're enjoying that one, because I have seen that one and I want to read it. Lauren says hi to Swank and Donna. Lauren also says, I'm starting to feel better today. Yay! I can actually breathe again. Yesterday, I laid on my couch all day and read my book. It was great. I woke up, and I don't think it's still going on, but when I woke up, this side of my nose was completely clogged, and it's not now. And then this ear, it just felt like someone had like kind of suctioned it. And so it felt like it was, I don't know, my like hearing was clogged on this side. So I don't know, it just, everything sounded muffled on this side, and this was clogged, but now it's not. So I don't know what's going on. Hopefully I'm not getting sick. I did take all of my vitamins, and I am going to go get my vitamin C drops. So hopefully we can nip that in the butt, because knock on wood, my kids have not gotten sick, and we are about to enter the first full month of the school year. So let's keep them out of germs' way. Although I did stock up on all of the things for the new school year. Olivia says hi, Alicia. Hello, Olivia. Olivia says hi to everyone. Tula is here. Hi, Alicia in chat. You might be able to hear my children because they're playing in the hallway. I'd make them go outside. Lauren says I'm gonna start doing a to-do list. Alicia, you'll be so proud of me. We gotta tell Kelly on Monday. I sat and finished my book yesterday and didn't feel guilty, and my husband didn't care. See? If you guys have like a, what was it you were saying? Like you felt guilty because he was, you wanted to spend time with him or something, and then you were like, but I want to read. And then he was just like, dude, just read. See? See? You got this. As long as you guys spend time together or have like a we spend time together on this day or that day, or then you can read whenever you like. I read mostly during like when the kids are at school. If I don't have any errands or anything to run, that is what I do. I read all day until I go, oh, gotta go get the kids. Because other than that, I really don't get to read. Because by the time they get home from school, then it's homework, dinner, their bedtime routine, and then my husband and I usually watch TV together. And then we go to bed, so there's no reading there, because I usually play on my phone. And then get up the next morning and do it all over again. So I read while the kids are at school. Although my reading has been sorely lacking, I will have to finish this library as soon as possible so that I can get back to like full-time reading. Well, not full-time reading, but you know what I mean. Like I can not worry about this and I can get back to reading. But yay! I love my to-do lists. Like I take specific notebooks and that's all it is. My notebook is all of my to-do lists. So I'll write the date, I'll write what needs to be done, like mandatory things, and then I'll write down things that I want to get done. So I love my to-do lists. Donna says, I never made my to-do list, and I have a fresh new week with school starting, a birthday, and daughter leaving in a week. Oh, so I would, are you going to break up your to-do list? Like, here's my to-do list with things I need for school starting, birthday, and then daughter leaving in a week, like all the things you have to get done. That's how I would do it. Just so you can, like, keep yourself sane. That's a lot in 1 week. You got this, though. You got this. I have faith that you will get it all done. Lauren says, I have not read that one, but I do love Christina Lauren, where I read her books. When I read her books. Yeah, that's the... I liked Anna Hollandaise, but it was like a... It was like a okay, like 3-star read for me, I think. If I remember correctly. But being that it was her first one, I can't judge it based off of just one book, you know? So I have a couple of others. I think I have, of course I'm trying to look and she's probably all the way at the top where I can't see her. I think I have like Beautiful Bastard and Love You, Hate You or something like that. It's a blue cover and then, The Unhoneymooners, that one. So I have a couple of others before. Lauren says, oh no, I hope you're not getting sick. That's how I started. I hope I'm not either, because I don't have time for it. But then again, my body could just be saying, yes, we're going to make time for it. Right? Because I feel like I've been going since, like nonstop since May. Since this happened. So now that I'm slowly getting it all back to normal, my body's just going to be like, guess what? You're going to get sick. And I'm like, no. We'll see. I'm going to take all the vitamin C and I'm going to take all of the like preventative, like getting sick things and see what happens. Because I really, when I say I don't have time to get sick, I don't have time to get sick. I have too many things that I need to do and want to do, and I do need to keep going, but I am trying to rest some too. Swank says, Lauren, are you feeling better? Lauren says, yeah, he didn't care at all, lol. It's a meeting. I guess only when it comes to reading, though, it's weird. Ah. Well, see? But if he understands that you like to read, he's going to give you time to read. I imagine there are things that he likes to do, too. Yeah? You guys could have, like, a you sit here and do your thing, I sit here and do my thing. That's what me and Alan does. Sometimes he'll play games and I'll read my books. And if I have like an audiobook, I'll just put headphones on. Swank says ciao to Livia. And Swank says hola Tula. Lauren says, I need to get better at doing to-do lists. One thing that I have done is I started by picking a notebook that is strictly going to be for those to-do lists. Then before I go to bed, that's when I write my to-do list, because not only am I brain dumping everything that needs to be done for the next day, it clears the mind so that I can go to sleep. So if I'm writing my to-do list before I go to bed, then not only am I making the, okay, here's what I have to do, but I'm also getting it out of my brain so that I can sleep, and then I don't have to worry about making that list in the morning, because in the morning I do not function well. I am not a morning person. I'm one of those that don't talk to me until I have my coffee, right? So if I can do it while I'm still awake, that's when I write my to-do lists. Now there are times where I've had to write my to-do list in the morning, but I try to write it the night before so that I know that when I get up, I feed the cats, I get coffee, I take the kids to school, and then I come home, and even if I'm on the Morning Time Pirates, that's part of my to-do list, because I know that I'm doing that. I can cross it off, and I can say, okay, these things need to be done today. And I usually limit the number of things that I'm going to do in a day, because I don't want to sit there and make a list of 20 things and then I don't get a lot of them done. Because by a list of 20, I'm overwhelmed. But if I make a list of my top 3 priorities and then 3 things that I would like to get done, that's my limit. So my to-do list, I can even show you, I think I have like 8 tops. And that's usually because I'll say, okay, kids are at school from this time to this time. I'm writing from this time to this time. Here's my top 3 that I need to get done today, and here's the top 3 that I would like to get done. So that's how I do it. And sometimes I even color code it. Donna says, yes, and a barbecue. Ooh, you're going to have a busy week, ma'am. Busy, busy, busy. Donna says, hey to Swank. And Donna says, hey to Lauren. Lauren says, that's the one I just finished yesterday. Girl, you gotta read it. That one was so good. And the Paradise Problem was good too. I've read of the Paradise Problem. Oh, you're saying so the Unhoneymooners? That's the one you finished? I need to read that one. If my TBR game lets me read it, or it fits a prompt, I will try to squeeze it in. I have to, that's the one I'm filming, or gonna try to film today, is my TBR game. So, where's my little box? Right above my head. Yeah, right there. That little box has all my little things. So I can pull the board out and I can roll and try to see what it gives me. Now, the first time I tested it, it was very nice to me. So we'll see what happens this time. Hopefully I can get by with not so many chunky books. They tried to give me every chunky book I owned. Shuri, hi Alicia and chat. Reading Double the Lies by Patricia Raybon and getting some housework done before heading to a birthday party. Ooh! Well, happy birthday to the person that's having the party. And I hope that you get all of the things done before the party. Welcome in. So happy you're here. Tula is saying, I'm assuming that's hi to Swank. I wouldn't know how to read that, to be honest. I'm going to say it says hi. Lauren says, that's what happened to me. I did 40 hours of overtime in 2 weeks and my body said, you're not listening. We're going to make you listen. Right? There are times when your body just says, nope, I can't take anymore. I need to rest, ma'am. Yep. That's what I'm hoping it doesn't do to me. Because if I get sick, I'm going to be out for like 3 days. So, because it'll usually... I'll sleep for like the first day and a half, and then I'll start to get back to normal, but I won't be 100% until like day 4. So, usually, lately it's been a little longer than that, but The first 2 days, it's just like, nope, we're sleeping. I don't want to sleep. I need sleep, though. Cherie says to Lauren, that is so real. Yes. I agree. Lauren says, is it supposed to say it to me? It is supposed to say it to me. Sorry, I'm voice texting. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Give me time. And no worries on voice texting. Christina says hi to Swank, Donna, Laura, Livia, Tula, and Cherie. Lauren says, and yes, I'm feeling better. I haven't had any medicine today. Woohoo! I probably should take some, but I'm not as congested and I'm not blowing my nose anymore, so that's a step forward. I would still probably take some, though, mainly because you don't want it to come back. So by taking the medicine, it just gives you that extra oomph to make it go away. Cherie says, Christina! And Andy is here. I'm the same. Mornings can be a very slow start. Hi, Andy. Welcome in. Yeah, we don't like mornings. The only way you can get me up before the sun is either a road trip or like a theme park. That's the only way I'm getting up before the sun. Because I will get up, I'll get coffee, I'll get ready. If it's theme park day, then yes, we're driving to the theme park. Because for me, going to Orlando, it takes about an hour and 15 minutes, depending on when I leave. So if I leave at 7, I won't get there until about 8, 8:30. And by then, the parks are usually open for early park admission, which I can get into, or I'm getting there just as the park is opening. So then I can do it that way. If it's a road trip, then I've got to load things into the car. I've got to get situated in the car. I have to have all of the things. And then I go, okay, I'm ready. And then I'll go to sleep in the car. Ooh, I need more coffee. Swank says morning to Andy. And Andy is saying, is that like a salute? I can't really see it. It's tiny. I'm going to say he's saluting to Swank. That's kind of what it looks like. Lauren says, okay, I'm setting myself a goal that I make a to-do list and at least do 1 to 2 things on that list today. Yes. That would be a perfect start. Lauren says, a day. Yep. Lauren says, does the gym count as a to-do list? Because that to-do list starts at 4:30 a.m. I mean, it can. If you don't do it every day, if you do it every day, then you're kind of already in the routine of that. But like if you know that there are certain things happening, like appointments, or you have to do something on a specific day, you could include those into your to-do list. It's really about what you want your to-do list to do for you. Because like I said, I can color code mine, and I can do one color as the top 3 things that need to be done. Like those are the priorities. And then there's the top 3 I would like to get these done today, if I can. Or I'll do it and I'll say, I have this appointment today, so I'll write that in. And that's under one color, and then my top 3 is a different color, and then my want to do's is a different color. So you see what I'm saying? Like you can set it up however you want. And 4:30. Oh, that is too early for me, ma'am. I would not be able to do it. If you're going to the gym at 4:30, more power to you. You are better than I. Then again, I don't have an exercise routine at all. I need to create one. I just don't know where to begin. Lauren says, I started feeling crappy on Tuesday. I was just starting to feel better today, but not better to go to the gym yet, but I'm working on it. Yes, definitely. You gotta know yourself. when it comes to sickness and being able to do gyms and stuff like that. Lauren says, oh, I definitely plan on taking some. Yes. Lauren says, I have to get back into routine. I haven't been consistent in months. Fair. It takes a lot, especially when you're not doing something and then you get back into that routine. It's the same thing for us every school year. Every school year we have to, it's like 2 weeks prior to the school year starting. We have to go through the, okay, let's start doing the bedtime routine. Let's start figuring this stuff out. We need to figure out, are you setting out your clothes the night before, or are you just going to get up and get dressed? So we do all of the things. And Lauren says, that's the only time I can fit it in between working 11 to 12 hour days of overtime and when I'm not doing overtime, working on small business at night. LOL, I'm management. I know it's rough. Oof. You are doing so much, though. You've got this. You've got this. I should have been on the routine during sabbatical, but I decided to fully relaxing in that time. I mean, fair. You that was a 5 week sabbatical. You could, but also, and it's the same thing with kids. You have to be consistent. So, and that's what helps with routines. I know even when I'm on vacation, there are certain things that I will let slide, but there are other things I go, nope, I must do this. So, but I bet you had the best 5 weeks of your sabbatical. Beverly is here. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Let us know what you're reading or working on. You're just in time. We are about to go into our first sprint after I read the next few comments. Lauren says, I have to put my gym clothes in my office because I don't want to wake my husband up, so I have to set all that stuff out. Yep. And if that's what helps remind you too, and part of your routine, that's perfect. And you probably need to do something like that. Olivia says, I just finished my sprints. I'm going to set up my everyday journal for next week. Ooh, very nice, very nice. Lauren says, I'll tell you one thing I learned. If I don't have a routine, nothing gets done. So I'm going to work on being better at it. I think the remodel has a lot to do with throwing my schedule. Oh, yeah, because you said your office building is under remodel, right? So that throws a kink in things. But yeah, I would say like, because the thing is like if you're on sabbatical and you go, ooh, I could just relax, your body's gonna let you relax and you're gonna think nothing of anything else because you don't have that structure of doing the things that you would do if you were at the office or doing things at work, you know? So I get it. Dude, we had a routine for summer, and then once the school started, I was just like, kids are at school. What do I do? So then I had to like recreate my schedule. I get it. I get it. Lauren says, because I have a longer commute now, and it's every other week, and it gets a little bit of crazy trying to figure out what days I'm in the office and not. Do you not have a set schedule for being in the office? Because if you have a set schedule, maybe you could do like a planner type thing or like a, what's it called? I don't want to say, well, I guess it's like a schedule. You know how like you can have like hour by hour, that kind of thing? You could say, okay, I'm in the office from here to here, but then other things are happening. Could do something like that. Dee Dee is here. Shimmy's in. Hey, hey, hey. Hi, Dee Dee. What are you going to be reading and working on? Swank says howdy to Courtney. Courtney? Did I miss Courtney? I don't see Courtney. Courtney, if you're here, hello. Let us know what you're reading or working on. Lauren says, what would the remodel wear? Desk sharing, so 1 week we're at home and 1 week we're in the office. But we were in the office is only 3 days, so technically 6 days a month. So we're in the office. Oh, interesting. But you don't have set days that you would go into the office. So like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. You wouldn't have like set days that you go in. Interesting. Swank says, shimmy shimmy Cocoa Pops? Why does that sound familiar? I know that's from something. I just don't know what. Lauren says, so we have a calendar that tells us when we're home and when we're in the office, so that's why everything is oh. Maybe plan around, so like I have to be in the office for these days, and then plan everything else around it. That's what I used to do when I was at work. I'd plan everything around when I worked. So if I wasn't at work and they tried to call me in, I'd be like, no, sorry. I cannot come in because I have this appointment that I scheduled, so it was outside of work time. Oh, that's hot. I mean, I like hot, but that was a little too hot. Dee Dee says, currently working on Argyle Crochet Swatch and listening to Eleanor Oliphant is a Completely Fine by Gail Honeyman. 20% in. Ooh, hopefully you're enjoying it. Swank says, sorry, Dee Dee. Brain fart. Aww. Dee Dee says, LOL, Swank. And says, hi, Swank. Lauren says, we can choose what days we want to work from home when we're in the office, so I think that I'm going to go back to Mondays and Fridays working from home. Ooh, there you go. Once the remodel is done, I have a 5-minute commute, and that's a game changer for me in the gym. So just for the next year, I will have to have like 1 week in the office schedule and 1 I'll work from home schedule. Fair. And that is a temporary thing, so that is fair. Livia says, Alicia is so beautiful seeing your library all set up. You picked a gorgeous color. Ah, thank you. I am absolutely in love with that color. Like, I don't think I could have picked a better color, to be honest. And they go all the way up. Like, I'm still, like, I was planning on using these top shelves here for, like, all of my plushies and trinkets, and I don't think I'm going to be able to. So I'm going to have to, like, figure out where I can put certain things. And I will be putting things on the top up here. So, a couple of Lego sets that I'm going to put up there, I need to go buy, like, the base plates and see if I can connect those so that I could just, like, push it up and on the shelf. We'll see. We'll see. And I still have to add in the vines and lights. So, but I can't do that until I get those all situated. So once they're situated, then we'll get the lights on. They're right now, don't mind the mess. The lights and vines are sitting in that blue box. So, I just have to figure out, like, I think I have to pull another 120 books off the shelves so that I can have room for things that are going to be oncoming. I'm not trying to buy too much in between now and the end of the year because of all of this. But if I can take out that 120, have room for if I buy something, because there are still few, like I know I'm going to get the next Lore Olympus, so I have to save space for that. And there is a couple of Christmas ones that I want to get. So I have to leave room for those, but for the most part, I think I'm going to be reading a lot of what's on my shelves. Right now, I'm in the process of doing all of my inventory So I think last night I stopped about here on this shelf. So I have to put into the spreadsheet all of the titles and I mark whether it's read or unread. And then when I'm done, I'll see how many unread I have. Because remember, I'm already taking out unhauling books. So once I have a number of my unread TBR, that'll be slightly more accurate than what I think I have, which is a lot. But I love that color. I can't wait. And we do have another fairy door that needs to be put on. And then I bought frames somewhere. Oh, right there. In that box is the frames that will hold the fairies. So they'll sit behind their doors. I read that one. Jean says, "Good morning, Alicia. Reading the Ark Accidental Assassin Volume 1 at 20%. Is it a graphic novel?" That sounds like a graphic novel. Hopefully you're enjoying it. How do you become an accidental assassin? That's a good question. Let me know, Jean. Olivia says hi to Jean. Lauren says, "I really do love that color. It works so well with your room and your blanket almost." This is a Vera Bradley. A friend of mine bought it for Christmas. And I wanted a blanket in here to kind of tie in all the different greens. So I put that one in here so I can use it to, like if I get cold. Swank says, "Hola, Jean." And Dee Dee says, "It really is a lovely color. It's a similar color to what I would like to paint my room." Ooh. This is called Laurel Tree. I don't know if you would have that color over there, but this is what this one's called. And this is after 2 coats. So this is kind of like a paint and primer in one. So not that you have to prime wood, but you do the first coat and you still can kind of see like the grain of the wood, but you can also see where you missed painting. So we do a second coat and then it looks like this. It looks beautiful. So we love it. This room is coming together better than I anticipated. So we love it. All right, let us pull up the thing here. Here is, we're in the magical library. I have the timer. I'm gonna do my to-do list real quick because I need to fold laundry. Oop. I keep forgetting that you have to like click it for each task. Book inventory, film, September TBR. We're doing quite a bit today. I'm just going to say blue notebook because that's what it is. Reading journal. And what else did I say? Oh, read Spark Joy to finish. We'll see how much we get done. I don't think I'm going to get to the reading part because I'm going to try to do hello. We're going to try to get 7. 7 is a lucky number, right? So we're going to try to get those 7 things done. I know that the laundry will be done because I already have fold laundry number 1 is basically sheets and a comforter that I have to fold and put away. And then fold laundry number 2 is my daughter's clothes. There will probably be more added to this. Book inventory is ongoing, so I'll work on that for a little bit, not the entire time, because I do want to film my September TBR, and then I have to transfer stuff to the blue notebook, update the reading journal, and then if I can, I'd like to read some pages. So let's go in. I'll make sure that there's no other comments. I don't see any. Perfect. Let's go into our first sprint, and I will see you guys back after 45 minutes. Happy sprinting. Alright, welcome back from that first sprint. How did everyone do? Let's see. I'll look at my little thing here. I did fold laundry number 1, because remember I said that was the sheets and comforter, so that's all done. I could not fold laundry number 2 because it was still in the dryer and it was wet. Like I had never started the dryer, which I know I had started the dryer, so I don't know. We'll see what happens. I did film part of my September TBR, so I'm gonna go ahead and cross that off because the other part I cannot film yet. I have to find all of the books that fit the prompts, but I did all of the roles, and then I just have to find the books. Y'all, this game was not kind to me this time. Last time I think I only had 4 or 5 roles. This time I had 9. So while we did get some new categories that we rolled, if I want to make it challenging, use a D10. If I want to make it easy on myself, use a D12. So that's where I'm at. Like, I'm testing out different ways of doing things. Last time I used a D12, this time I used a D10. So we'll see what happens. We'll see how, because I'm not going to be able to finish August TBR. So whatever I don't finish, do I roll that over into September on top of what I already have for September? Or do I just kind of use those as I fit in as I see fit when I finish my September TBR? Do you know what I mean? Because this will not have any punishments. There's no punishments for this game because it's supposed to be fun. I'm supposed to be able to pick books to read them so that I get them off of my unread TBR. That is the whole purpose of this game. So I'm not, as of right now, I don't have any punishments. So that's what we're trying to assess and figure out. And so as I build it, then, you know what I mean? So I'm going to the filming September TBR done, even though I have to find the books and film those parts. That I will do later today. But the rolling of the TBR game board, that is a lot to do for me. So finding the books and then filming about said books, that's easy. It's the adding in the TBR game. So, and then did I do anything else? No. Okay, so that's everything that I did on my list so far. And that was just the first sprint. So let's pop over this way a little bit. Ooh, I feel like you guys are so close. So close. Okay, that's better. Let's see what you guys got up to and where we left off in the comments. I see a couple of people possibly popped in. Ooh, there we go. This was our last comment before going to the sprint. We're talking about the green color of my bookcases. And Dee Dee was saying it's a really lovely color. It's similar color to what I would like to paint my room. Do it. I am absolutely in love with this green color. I don't know what prompted me to pick this one because, well, I can't say that. I knew that I wanted something different because my shelves before this, you guys know, were like a dark brown. And because they got destroyed from water damage, because particle board, I decided that whatever color they were going to be was not going to be that. So I said, let me think about it. And I said, you know, once we picked the new flooring, I said, okay, that's a nice brown. And then it just all hit me at once. I was like, I need blue representation for water. I need green representation for like growth and whatnot. So I said, you know what? Let's go earthy tones. So we got the brown in the floor. I've got a rug that has blue and white that could represent sand or stone or anything like that. And then I did the green. And then I was like, you know what? I want lights. I don't know how I'm going to do said lights, but I wanted something other than this light here. So I said, why not do fairy lights? And then I remembered that I had the diamond painting Fairies. So I said, there you go. There's my fairies. All I need is fairy doors. Let's do it. And then my husband said, well, why not take your little fairy door stickers and we can make little alcoves so that you still have access to the outlets, and those would be the fairy doors. So everything came together. Everything came together. And that's why I love this green so much. Double N Jen popped in. She said good morning, and I said good morning and welcome in. Double N Jen says, how are you? That green is beautiful. I am doing better. I am trying not to get sick at the moment. I woke up with like clogged hearing and one side of my nose stuffed up. So we're taking all of the preventatives. I'm drinking my orange juice and getting all of my supplements in a row and taking them. I did take most of them already. I do need to take my vitamins, and I do have some like emergency, is it emergency? Or like airborne? I think it's airborne. Whatever the elderberry gummies are. I think it's airborne. But I take those on in any chance that someone or myself becomes kind of sniffly. We start taking it now. So I do need to take those, which I'll probably get in the next sprint. But I'm doing well. How are you? Megan is here. Hi, Alicia. Hi, Megan. How are you? Let us know what you're reading or working on today. Dee Dee says, Jen. And Cherie says, hey, Dee Dee. Double N Jen says, my angel Dee Dee, how are you? Mary is here. Hello, folks. Hi, Mary. What are you up to today? Let us know how you are, what you're working on. Lauren says, can I just vent that I have a book of the month that obviously I'm reading, which is the Romance Revival book of the month. Should be ashamed with the way that this book is bound. Cover doesn't even sit flat. There's a gap. Oh no. And when you look at the bottom of the book, some of the pages are fraying at the bottom, like it wasn't cut correctly or something. I don't know. I think I got a defect book and it's a hardcover. I would say something. Because, I mean, y'all know me. I'm kind of a snob. I will admit it. I'm kind of a snob when it comes to my books. I'm the person that goes into the bookstore, and if it's not deemed perfect in my eyes, it doesn't matter. It could have the tiniest tear, or it could have the tiniest, like, the dust jacket of a hardcover could be bent. Nope. I want perfection. If I'm buying it brand new, I want it perfect. But that's just me. So, I don't know, it depends on how you feel. If you're not liking it, which obviously it doesn't sound like you are, I would say something. And let them know that that went out into the world. Delunchan says, that's horrible, right? I really wish I could send a picture because I thought maybe it was just the sleeve of the hardcover book, but it's not. I literally can push my finger down on it and it pops back up. That's how bad the cover is, and this is the first time I've ever had that happen. I mean, you might be able to reach out to them and take pictures. I don't know if they would be able to do anything. I'm not familiar with Book of the Month. I mean, I have a couple books from Book of the Month, but I didn't get it from Book of the Month. Does that make sense? I got them online, and that's how they came. Or it was gifted to me. Excuse me. I need to find my coffee. Found it. I have to keep moving it around because the other day I was sitting my coffee over here on the table and ants got to it. And so I don't know where they're coming from, but I keep moving my drinks around so that they can't sniff it out. If I see another one, I'm probably gonna end up spraying the window, but I have to move things away from the window to do that. I hope if you reach out to them, I hope that they have like a positive, we're sorry, we'll send you a new one type thing. I don't know how that works, so. Ren is here. Hello, hello, everyone. Hi, Ren. What are you doing? Let us know what you're reading or working on today. Megan says hi to Ren. Ren says, finishing off part 2 of the Akawar graphic audio. I can't do graphic audios. I will try them after I read the book, because at least if I read the book first and then listen to the graphic audio, I already know what to expect. I tried to do that with Fourth Wing. They were like, try the graphic audio. And I got so lost because they were just basically reading the dialogue and there was like background music and noise. And I was like, I can't do this. Like, I need to read the book first and then come back to this. So that's what we're going to do. I hope you're enjoying it, though. I heard that those are quite good to listen to. I just can't do it if I'm reading it for the first time. Ren says hey to Megan. Mary says hi, Ren and CG. That's Megan, Celtic girl. Mary says, how late is Alicia sprinting? Does anyone know? I typically do 3 45-minute sprints. That was the first one that we just came back from, so we have 2 more. But I do have a lot of hours, and this is the last one of the month, so we might go a little longer depending on how I feel. We might add in a 4th one. We'll see. So, but typically we figure 15, 20 minutes of chatting in between a 45-minute sprint. So you're looking at least 3.5 hours. If I'm mathing correctly. I'm probably not, but you get the gist. Lauren says, I did read 1 chapter of my book while working. Ooh. Very nice, very nice. Ren says, hey to Mary. Double and Jen, I attempted to own a home years ago and wanted color, color, color on the walls. I picked a melon green for my room, and it turned out to be so bright. Oh no. I did that with a bathroom. I painted the bathroom that you guys can't see behind the laptop. I painted that 1 shade of blue, and it was so bright that I had to immediately go and pick a different shade of blue. It might have been the hallway bathroom. No, I think it was this one. But either way, I was just like, oh, that was, nope, so we had to change blue. Because I wanted the bathrooms to have like a water feel. Especially this one in here. Because it connects to the outside, which has the pool. And the other one had like a shower curtain with all different colored like rainbow fish on it. So I wanted both the bathrooms to have like a watery feel. And the first blue I did, it was horrible. It was very bright. And I was just like, why did I think this was a good idea? I should have bought like a little sample jar, painted a swatch, and said, oh, I guess it's different if you paint a swatch versus you paint the whole wall. But we got it fixed. It's all good now. And you gotta be careful on paint colors. And we did the same thing. This house, I will just say it was Barbie Dreamhouse pink. Or not even, it was pink, like Barbie's house. But it was, some walls were like a Pepto-Bismol pink. And then, like, our bedroom was like pink walls, and then they had floral wallpaper from like a certain point down, and then they had one of those strips of wallpaper around the bathroom. Let me tell you, the first thing I did was pull out all the wallpaper. All the walls. So like this wall, you can't see it. But like you see how I have beige? I'm trying to point over here. That beige used to be gray, and then we had who we thought was a friend stay with us for a time, and she painted the wall white, and it was horrible because it was not like a paint and primer white. It was just a whatever she could find white. And so the gray bled through. So then I came in here after she moved out. We cleaned up and painted the walls beige, because that's what I would have painted it to begin with. Because I don't like white walls. I grew up military where we couldn't paint walls, so everything was white. We don't like. So this became beige. The rooms by the walls by the kitchen, they were pink, and I painted them. Basically, everything that was pink was beiged. So I got beige, and then I did accents of like a chocolate brown. So, yeah. My daughter's room, which was the original library, is like a leaf green. So not even this green. It was like a brighter green. Before that, it was yellow. And then my son's room was also a gray color, and we painted it beige. So you could see I like took colors, and I was just like, nope. So we neutralized everything, and it's been like that since we moved in. I do not. We have to make it all over. I do the same thing. I want color, color, color. I don't want white walls. The only way I will have white in my house is the trim. So like you see the crown molding up there, that is white. The baseboards are white. The frames around the doors are white. That's fine. That's all it's there for. I could color those too, but then to me it would look funny. So I use it as trim, colored. Everything else is colored. Lauren says, me too. I'm the same way. See? See? Alicia, I'm going to have to send you a photo. You're not going to believe it. I believe we have a conversation on Discord. Yes, send it there. But you can send it wherever. Just let me know where you send it. Double N Jen says, you did pay for this book, right? I mean, yeah, if you paid for it, I would tell them. Like she's saying. I'd tell them. I don't know why they even sent it, since they had to see the condition of it, right? What are they gonna blindly pick a book and stick it in the box? They can't do that. Lauren says, I'll even take a credit for another book in the future, right? That's a good compromise. That's a good idea, says Double on Jen. See? Jen says, my daughter reads manga and it throws me off watching her. Why? Because it's backwards? It's right to left instead of left to right? It took me a while to get used to mangas. Because I didn't understand. I'd go to read it and they'd go, oh, no, you're at the back. You need to go, what? Then I understood. Once I figured it out and how to read it, then I figured it out. Mary says, starting the Fervent Whites for NetGalley. Ooh. Hopefully you enjoy it. Lauren says, okay, I might be user error. I have a weather bookmark and I just took it out and put a piece of paper, and now it's so dumb I need coffee. What? You thinking maybe it was the bookmark? Let us know. It still doesn't sit a 100% flush, but it's better. I didn't help it, but still not the best quality. Ah. Mary says, thanks, Alicia. You're welcome for whatever I answered or did. I don't know. Jen says, I just want to repaint, but we did the whole house and I was over it. Yeah, painting is... It's a thing. I can tell you, like, even though I painted these bookcases, about halfway through, I think I made it to... So we built these four first, right? And by the time I got to the fourth one, I said, we're almost done, right? Because I'm getting tired of painting. And then he said, well, yeah, but we need to build two more. And I said, well, they're not as tall. right? Because I have, these are 8.5, and then the other two are like 7.5-ish. One is 7.5, and one might be a little shorter. But either way, I was just like, dude. By the time we were done painting, I was like, no more. No more. I'm done painting for like the next year and a half, 2 years. I cannot paint a lot. I was definitely over it. Livia says hi to Jen and Mary. Jen says hi to Livia. Jen says it also looks different once paint dries, right? Yes. Not too much, because this green pretty much stayed the same. It was just like a hint lighter. Like you could tell that it was dry versus still being wet. Because it does, when it's dry, it's like a tad bit darker than when it's wet. It's a tad bit lighter. Or vice versa. I'm confused now. It looks a little bit darker than it would be. But I also put 2 coats on those bookcases, so that could be why. Olivia says hi Ren, hi Megan. Ren says hi to Livia. Did I say that right? Olivia says hi to Ren and Megan. Ren says hi, hey to Livia. I'll just reread those, because that in my head sounded wrong. Lauren says, I probably need to repaint my walls too. I'm just being lazy about it because I have so much stuff to move around to do it. Yes. With this room, I was lucky that we had to start over. So this entire room had to be gutted to include the floor. Then we had to put new flooring in. Then I refused to move anything back in here unless, because I did put stuff in the closet. So that kind of held on to some stuff. But I refused to put books back in here until bookcases were up and ready to go. So as we built them and as they were dry, they got moved into place, and I let them acclimate for a couple of days because it's different being in the garage than it is being in here, right? So I delivered and then I could put books on. And even then, if you catch it at the right angle, anything that is like this, where it's horizontal, I have like a piece of wax paper or parchment paper underneath so that they don't end up sticking to the shelves. Because they will. So until these are fully like cured in a sense, I do that, and then once they're done, then I can remove that wax paper. But until then, it might be a while. But I can't keep these books everywhere all over the house. So back on the shelves they go. Jen says, I think my daughter had a pink and purple room in that house, but that was around 4 or 5. My daughter wants me to paint her room, but 1, I don't want to paint numerous times, and 2, she has a loft bed, so she has stairs that go up to her bed. I would have to take everything out of her room and then put that in the center of the room just so I could get to the walls. So, nope. I told her she can paint her bedroom pink when she has her own house. I'm being the mean mommy probably, but it's fine. She'll live. Megan says hi to Mary, Livia, Lauren, and Jen. Jen says she... Not sure. Jen says, white walls are really boring. As a renter, I make myself not care. Yeah, because, I mean, you probably could paint them, but then you'd have to return them to white before you left. And that's what we had to do. Even in military housing, if you couldn't get the, like, scuff marks and the things that you did on the walls out, you had to paint the walls to make sure that they were white. I couldn't imagine how many coats of paint are on the military housing now. That's a lot. Because especially if someone paints a wall, they then have to return it to that white wall. It's a lot. And then you gotta pray that the color you chose does not bleed through said white. It's That's why I'm glad I have my house. Jen says there is stuff on the walls for that reason. Yes. Lauren says same. My molding is all white and then I have like a tan wall and it's the same color throughout my house because my house was brand new when I bought it. Ours wasn't, but I was okay with that because we looked at it and said the bones of the house are good. Everything that we have to do is cosmetic. And I can do that. Jen says this apartment offered a painted accent wall, but I didn't do it then. Kind of wish I had now. Do you think if you talk to them that they would still allow you to have the accent wall? Maybe it's something like you can ask and like have it approved in a sense. That would be cool. Jen says, of course Amazon sends out bad copies, right? Amazon? Oh gosh. Hold on. We have a perfectly two-parent system, yes? I did not do this all by myself. My son came to ask me if I could make him lunch. And I said, where's your dad? Your dad could make lunch? Yes? And he was like, well, he's on his computer. And tell him you're hungry. Ask him to help you make lunch. Otherwise, wait until I go to a sprint, please. I don't understand. There are two parents in this house, I promise you. Oi, of course Amazon sends out bad copies. I don't know. The one that Lauren's talking about, if that's what you're referencing, Lauren said that was book of the month. I don't know if it was Amazon or not. Jen says it is backwards, but a lot of illustration. What's backwards? I don't know. Lauren says, OMG, how do you read like that? I could never do that. That would mess me up so bad. What? Elaborate. Are we talking about mangas? Or regular books? I don't know. Jen says, same, Lauren. Lauren says, wow, that autocorrect is really bad. Uh-oh. What did I miss? Jen says, the illustrations are lovely, though, and have inspired a lot of her tattoos. Yeah, I could understand that. I do have some bookish ones that I would like to get, but there's the whole, my husband doesn't like tattoos. I have 4 tattoos, but they were before his time, so that's about all I have. Dublin Jen says, I can't type today. Me neither. So, it's all good. Lauren says, what it said, and don't forget I'm sick too, so it's probably not picking up correctly, is that I have a leather bookmark in my book. Then I switched it with a piece of paper. It sat a little more flush, but not all the way, and it still doesn't explain why the bottom of my book is shedding pieces of paper. Aha! So, leather was replaced with the word weather, as in like we're having good weather today. And I got the shredding of paper, but yeah, I would definitely contact them. Because if you got it from Book of the Month, I would definitely see like what they can do. Because that's quite a frustrating thing. Jen says green is a calming color to me. Mine too. like I said, I love this green. Since the moment I started painting it, and the first bookcase I saw, which would be that one over there, that's the first one that went in, and then we subsequently did one after the other. Ever since I came in here, I was just like, yes, this is perfect. Lauren says mine was through Book of the Month subscription. Like the bottom of it, the pages are kind of fraying, kind of like string cheese, you know, like that very, very thin. Yeah, something is happening, and the cover doesn't shut all the way. Yeah, I would reach out to them and say, this is what's happening to my book. I don't think it's supposed to be like this, because 9 times out of 10, nope. So, and see what they say. See what they suggest. Give them your, you know, if you can't send me another one, I will take this as a compromise and do the credit thing. Because that's kind of annoying. Lauren says, I have one tattoo and I want to get one for my mom, but I would like to get a book one too. I want to get so many, but I also don't want to be covered in tattoos, so I'm very choosy about what I put. I do have a Care Bear on my ankle, and that's to represent my childhood and my favorite Care Bear, which is Grumpy Bear. But I would like to get some different ones. Like, I thought if I did like bookish ones, I would get at least one of the Shadowhunter runes, which one I haven't decided yet. And then I would do something to represent Harry Potter and maybe Twilight, because Harry Potter and Twilight is what got me into reading. And I like the Shadowhunter universe. Now, listen to me. I've only read one book from that world, but I've watched the movie, I've watched the series, so I've made it my mission to try to finish and get caught up with the Cassandra Clare universe of Shadowhunters before the new book comes out in November. So, we'll see what happens. But, again, I don't know if I would get those tattoos. Lauren says, I also want to get one for my cruising with like an anchor and Hawaiian flowers that says cruising through life, one port at a time. That would be cute. I could picture it. Have like the flowers on each end of the anchor in the middle, and then just say the cruising through the port, kind of have it mixed in with the anchor. That would be adorable. Blake is here. Hi, Blake. She says, hi, everyone. I'm hanging out and probably diamond painting. Ooh, which diamond painting are you working on? I need to do mine, because I have been neglecting all diamond paintings. I have a big one that I have not worked on at all this year, and I need to work on it. And then I have my little mini dazzles. I do have the sweet treats picked out, but if I don't start them soon, I'm probably going to have to switch to the Halloween ones I have. Because I would like to get those done in time for Halloween, so I can use them as decoration. Lauren says, you know I'm old when the books that started getting me into reading was Judy Blume and also the Babysitter's Club. I'm aging myself now. I mean, I read those when I was younger. Actually, probably not Judy Blume, but the Babysitter's Club, I remember those. And now they have graphic novels, and there's another one, another like spin-off version, I think. But I don't know if you'd be able to see them. But I've got my Nancy Drews up there, all the yellow ones, and I've got my Hardy Boys right there, the blue ones. So those are the kind of things I read when I was young. Naomi is here. Hello, everyone. Working on eating lunch and doing some cozy hobbies like puzzles, diorama, and reading. Very nice, very nice. Let us know what you're reading or what you'll be working on in the next sprint, because we're about to get to that. Blake says, I'm rotating. I gotcha. I need to do that. I need to work on diamond paintings. Lauren says, "Oh, and the Goosebumps series. Now I'm really uh, aging, not managing. It says managing, but she's aging herself. I got that one. I fixed the autocorrect. I used to read Goosebumps too. I have one of them, and I have one of the what is it? The Magic Tree House books. I'm trying to get my kids into those. Blake says I have a village, a window scene, and a skull one from Michaels. Ooh, I have not gotten any of those from Michaels. I do have a lot of like all if well, I was gonna say most, if not all, or mine are from Diamond Art Club. I don't know why. I just like the way that they do them. But my problem with Diamond Art Club right now is that they don't have a lot of small ones. Everything I see is like bigger, and I'm like, dude, I want small ones. Like, you know. So I gotta see if they're ever going to get small ones. I think the smallest one I've seen is like a 13 by 13. That is the small, but I didn't particularly like that um, picture because I was trying to find more Halloween ones that were small, but I don't know. I don't know. They don't have. They have bigger ones. Lauren's laughing and says, "Well, now I'm finished working for the day, so I won't have to voice text as much. Woohoo! Yay for being work. Done with work. What will you do now? Read?" Amazon has a lot of small DACs, Diamond Art Clubs. Ooh, really? I will have to go look. Because if I can find a Halloween one, I might get it. Because I want to do more Halloween ones. And like I said, I have those mini dazzles, but I wanted to do an actual, like, picture one. Just not a huge picture one. Alright, that was the last comment I see, so I'm going to go ahead and start. Let's pull up our timer. I think I have more laundry to fold, so we're going to fold laundry number 2. And I am going to try and find the books for my TBR video. I did the rolling for the game board. Now I gotta find the books and match them to the prompts. And then I think I'm gonna work on either the book inventory or the reading journal updates. So we'll see what happens in this 45. And I will see you guys back in 45 minutes. Happy sprinting! how did everyone do on that sprint? That sprint I was able to fold laundry number 2, and I did work on the blue notebook. So I do have to finish the blue notebook, but I'm far enough that I'll finish it in the next sprint. So we're gonna call it done. And I did help my husband briefly. We added shelves in the bathroom for all of our vitamins to get them off the counter. So that worked out really well. And I tried to log into my library account, and for whatever reason, it's telling me I cannot log in. Like, the login is incorrect. So unless they have changed things recently, I should be able to log in with my library card and my PIN number. I know that I've typed them in both correctly, so I don't know why it's not working. I'm gonna try. No. I'm gonna try and see what happens. So, worst case scenario, I go to the library and figure out if it's something on their end. As far as I know, I don't owe anything. And I've turned in all of my books except for the current 2. So I need to figure out why I'm not able to sign in. Because I have to sign in order to see what I have and when the due dates are. And I have to sign in to see about putting a book on hold for my September TBR. So, I don't know. It's very frustrating right now. And it's not like there's any sign on the website that says, hey, we're not allowing sign-ins or something. I don't know. So yeah. I started putting my TBR together for September, like finding the books. You might have seen me with a camera filming the screen. I wasn't filming you guys. I was filming the spinner wheel that I created with a bunch of different nonfiction titles. So there will be a nonfiction in my TBR, so spoiler alert. But you don't know which one, so you'll have to watch it and find out. So that's what I got up to. I still need to figure out 1, 2, 3. I need to figure out 3 of the prompts, but so far so good. I might change to a different drink because this is getting like lukewarm. Yeah, we might change it to something cold. I'll get tea or something. Let's see what you guys got up to, and then we'll go into our next sprint. This was our last comment before going into the sprint. We were talking about Diamond Art Club, and Blake said to check Amazon because they do have a lot of small DACs. So I'm going to go there after I finish sprints today and see what I can find. Because I'm looking for Halloween ones, but I need small. I don't need big. I need small. So, like I said, I have the mini Dazzles. The little 4x6 ones. I want something a little bit bigger, but not huge. Because I already have a huge one, and it's taking me forever to do it. Lauren said, Alicia, is that even a question? Of course I'll read. Yes. I knew you were gonna read, but, you know, I wanted to make sure. But you did say, okay, maybe I'll eat something first, because I haven't eaten all day. So make sure you eat. And that goes for everyone. If you haven't eaten anything today, eat something. Make sure you're taking your meds. Make sure you're hydrating. All of the things. And this is me laughing at Lauren. Naomi said, LOL, I didn't realize that YouTube started the video from the beginning, so I was sitting here confused. Oh no! I'm so sorry. Hopefully you were able to fix it. Lauren said, that's weird, but has happened to me on other sprints before. Yes. It definitely has. I don't know what YouTube's doing, but get it together, YouTube. Anna is here. Hello, just coming in to say hi and hit the like button. I'll be lurking while I have a shower, wash my hair, and make lunch for myself. Ooh, all productive things. We love it. Andy says, right, I'm hopping off. Thank you for the sprints, Alicia and friends. You're so welcome. You're probably long gone, but thanks for coming and hanging out. Mary says, made it to 20%. Nice, nice. Ren says, finished part 2 of Akawar and gave it 4.5 stars. Nice. I need to get on the ball because, and I don't know, would that count? One of my prompts says to start a new series. Even though I'm in the middle of a Sarah J. Maas series, could I start one of her other series, and that's starting a new series? Let me know your thoughts. Or should I just count all Sarah J. Maas as one and start a completely different series? I mean, I have other series that I could start. That's the dilemma. We will see. We will see. Mary says, Alicia, I can hardly hear you. Uh-oh. Can you hear me okay? Now, let me know. I did adjust the volume. I don't know if that helps or not. We'll see. We'll see if that little adjustment helps. Let me know. Jen from Pacing Through the Pages is here. Hi, Jen. Long time no see. Hi, friends. I'm working on making a design to put on my daughter's pre-K backpack for school. Also listening to The Red Queen, which I'm not crazy about, so trying to get through it today. Oof. Let me know how you end up liking it at the end, because I do have that on my bookshelves. And I know that is one of the books that Kelly and I think the first one is on our list of we have in common for book club. So, also, speaking of book club, also, if you guys haven't voted on our next read, there is a poll up in my Discord. Let me get that link so that you guys can go vote, because next Wednesday, or I should say this Wednesday coming up, we will know what the next read is for 100 Pages Book Club, and this will be the book that we read after Dungeon Crawler Carl, because we start that on Wednesday. Let me see, where is my thing? So yeah, if you haven't voted, go vote. Here is my Discord link in the chat. Be sure to let us know what you want us to read next, because, let's see, right now we have a two-way tie. There's 3 books, but a two-way tie. 2 books have 5 votes each, so Red Winter and A Fellowship of Bakers and Magic, or Middle Game. Those are your 3 options, but we have a two-way tie between the first 2 titles. Go vote. Let us know. You have 2 days left, and then we will announce it Wednesday. So thank you for that little reminder, Jen, because I almost forgot that we have that, and we have a tie, and we need to break the tie. So, and Red Queen reminded me, because we have that on the list as possibilities for the book club. Mary says hi to Jen. Lauren says, I ate some cinnamon bites. I had my meds, and I almost wrote a full chapter. Ooh, look at you. Lauren says, I have all my windows open, and the breeze is crazy. It's knocking things off my table, but it feels so nice. It feels like a fall day, but I'm not ready for fall yet. Dude, I am. I'm not sure where you're located, but down here in Florida, I am ready for fall. Unfortunately, that probably won't hit us until like October, November. I miss having like seasons, but I also don't want to be in cold weather. So, but right now I would take like a 70 day. Upper 60s, low 70s. That would be my perfect kind of day right now. Not this, we're in the 90s BS. Lauren says, and I hydrated. Nice, nice. Swank says, thank you for sprints. See you tomorrow morning. See you tomorrow morning, Swank. I hope you have a good rest of your day and weekend. Ren says, immediately grabs a bottle of water. Yes, yes. Hydrate, hydrate. I caffeinated. Now that this is getting lukewarm, I'll grab some water or something. And it's probably some water. I need to get my hydration cup out. Mary says, September is my shortest TBR in years. My name is Barbara. Harry Potter Chamber of Secrets. Finish Sacrum, around 500 pages to go. And I think our Sunday morning chat has a group read. Ooh, very nice. That is a short TBR. I loved Chamber of Secrets. It's not my favoriteest book of the series, but it's so hard to pick my favorite out of the Harry Potter series because each one brings something to the table. You know what I mean? So choosing my favorite, I mean, it depends on the day, really. Depends on how I feel about the story on any given day. Because I could say Chamber of Secrets is my favorite. I could also say that Goblet of Fire is my favorite because that was a kind of a turning point. So it just depends on the day for me. But I love that you're reading it. I love that. Are you rereading Harry Potter? Is that what you're doing? Because I would love to reread Harry Potter, but I don't know if my TBR will let me. We'll see. Because, like I said, I've got 9 proms, so at least 9 books so far once they're all chosen. And then I've got book club picks that I've also got to throw in the mix too. Ren says, yeah, they are different series. What's different series? Oh, gosh. Oh, she's saying about, like, Sarah J. Maas. And because she finished Akbar. And I was like, I'm reading one Sarah J. Maas. Could I start a second one? And that would be for my series prompts. So that is a possibility. Thank you, Ren. Lauren says, I can hear you. Okay. As long as you hear me. Let me know if I get wonky. Ren says, and technically take place in different places with different characters. Very true. Elena says, I just finished with part 1. Okay. Maybe this is your book. Mary says, it's still low. Interesting. I will play around with it and see what happens. Maybe I'll have to break out my headphones. And it has a mic on it. Excuse me. We'll see what happens. I'll play with it. It's showing that it's like 3 bars on the little thing, but we will go from there. I'll see what I can do. I'll see what I can do in the next sprint. Because that was our 2nd sprint, so we'll do another one, maybe a 4th one. Elena's is now on to part 2. Haha, not my daughter. I mistyped. My friend's daughter. LOL. Oh. I mean, it could have been either way, and I would have just said, yep, uh-huh. So your friend's daughter is going to preschool. How exciting. I remember when mine went to preschool. I missed them, but enjoyed the peace and quiet all at the same time. And now I'm spoiled by it. Spoiled, because they go to school, and then I go, what can I do today? And I get all of the things done. Elena is getting ready to read part 3 next. What book is this again? Mary says hello to Elena. This is me putting in the link for Discord so you can go vote on our next book club book. Elena says hello to Mary. Lauren says, why is it that I could never find it when I click on the link? If you're talking about the poll, you're going to look on the left-hand side and it'll say 100 pages book club poll. Let me look. Yes, 100-page book club polls. And it should be the first thing you see because it'll be the most recent thing because it should be at the bottom. If it's not, then you scroll down and you'll see. It should have the titles The Red Winter, A Fellowship of Magic, and Middle Game. And it does look like somebody has voted. So yay. Lindsay is here. Hi, Lindsay. Hi, guys. Just popping to get some reading done. Welcome, welcome. You're more than welcome to stay and get some reading done. It's poured with rain all day here. Ooh, that sounds like a perfect day to just sit back and read. I know we should be getting some rain here later today. Ren says, Lauren, do you see the poll section on the sidebar? Says Ren. Come to Rhode Island. We have the apple orchards. The tree is changing. Not yet, though, but if you're looking for that, come on up. Ooh. I do want to go up to that part of the United States. I have never been anywhere north of Maryland. Because I used to live in Maryland, and I have never been anywhere north. So, no, I've never been to, like, Pennsylvania, New York, Rhode Island, Maine, Massachusetts. I have never been to any of them. I would like to at some point, but I have not done it yet. It's on my to-do list. Ren says 100 pages book club should be the first tab under that section. You might need to scroll a little bit. Thank you, Ren. And sometimes in the tab, you might need to scroll down to the bottom. Yes. No, Ren, I clicked the link and it kicks me to the main page in my Discord. Interesting. Are you already in my Discord? That's interesting. I'll have to go and look and see who my participants are. See if you're already in there. Ren says mine does that as well. It takes a little bit to load though. Maybe it's that. Maybe. I know, like, because it'll take me to the main page of my Discord, like, page thing, but then on the left-hand side is all the, like, little servers that I'm in, and I just click which one I need to go to. Maybe I have to do that. I don't know. Depends on which one you're in. Mary says it's a group read-along, a new book every other month. Ooh, very nice. We love that. Ren says also, does it start as a browser? L equals invite link and then goes to Discord? Because that's what mine does too. Lauren says, I found it, Ren. I'm still getting used to Discord, but I found it. Thank you. I'm voting now. Yay! Ren says, no worries, it took me a year to figure out Discord. Yes, and there are some things that I'm still figuring out because it took me about a year to get used to what we can do and can't do and how to find things in Discord. And then I made the decision to make my own Discord once I reached 500 subscribers, which I'm now, I believe, at 543. So, I'm planning the next, like, what's gonna happen at the next milestone, which I might do a giveaway. I'm not 100% certain yet, but things will happen. Melissa is here. Hey everyone, hope you're having a good Sunday. Doing some packing today, but going to enjoy a break sprint on your next one to just chill. Nice. Yes, make sure you take breaks, make sure you're hydrating. I know how packing can go. That's never fun. Depending on, well, if you're packing for a trip or if you're packing to move. Which, if I remember correctly, I think you were saying you were packing to move. So, definitely take breaks. Ren says, I'm still trying to figure out Notion, and I've had it for years. That's another one I want to try, but kind of scared. I'll figure it out one way or the other. Agatha is here, saying to Mary, under the blue scrolling banner is a volume boost option. It looks like a lightning bolt. Oh, maybe for, on the YouTube side of things. Lauren says, that was me, I voted. Oh, yay! Mary, that's a good day to read. To Lindsay, yes, I agree. Lauren, Discord is slowly making sense to me, but some days I feel lost. Me too. And it depends on how evolved, like how involved they make the Discords. Because there are some Discords that I have signed up or joined, and I just go, I don't know what I'm doing here. What do I do? Where do I go? What do I click on? And some things are like hidden within certain things, and then you can't see them unless they make it visible, and so there's a lot. There is a lot. Lauren says, come to Rhode Island. We have the apple orchards. We have the trees changing color. We have the mansions in Newport. We have in Providence, which is our city, in the canals. They have water fire? What is water fire? That sounds interesting. If you Google Providence water fire, you'll see it. It looks like floating basins down the canal. They also have gondola rides, and all the art studios have their artwork out, and there's bands and food. Ooh. This would be a good fall trip. Yes, that's what it sounds like. Melissa says, my trees in Providence are just starting to turn, but they always want to go to sleep early. Oh no. Well, yeah, when it starts to get like colder weather, I imagine they're ready for hibernation and that dormant state. Lindsay says, do you need to send Lauren a link to join your Discord so she can vote? I did put the link to my Discord in, but I think she found it. Elena says 49% into my book. Very nice. Almost halfway. Mary says, I don't see a lightning bolt or the option. Are you on a computer or your phone? Because that could make all the difference. Let us know. Ren, it's a speaker type of icon on my side, next to the pause and play button. Yes, that I know. Mary says, Elena, what are you reading? Waterfire is from spring all the way until the end of the year. It is awesome. They have one guy that juggles fire. It's pretty cool. Oh my. That would be cool to see. Ren says, but that's on a laptop/desktop. Very true. And Lauren says, I was in her Discord. I was just trying to find the place to vote, but I already found it and voted. Thank you. You're welcome. Ah, Mary is on a Samsung tablet. That I don't have. But I imagine if you're in like the YouTube app, it would be right under at the bottom. There should be something where you can play with the volume. Lauren says Boston's 45 minutes to an hour away too, so you could always do that as well. Ooh. I will have to plan a trip. Now, we do have like family vacations once a year, and right now we're doing like the local, so we're doing all things local, and then we spread out after that. So, because we are doing a bunch of the Disney parks. So far, this year we did Animal Kingdom. Next year we will do, well, and this year. This year we're only going for the after hours events to Hollywood Studios. So that this will be their first time seeing that and all the Star Wars and Toy Story stuff. And then next year we'll actually go to Hollywood Studios during the day and in summer. And then the last one will be Epcot. And then after that, then we either branch out to Universal or we do SeaWorld or something else. There's a lot they haven't seen. Elena says, I need to finish my book. Don't let me stop you. Continue to read. Ren says, on a tablet, you should need to increase the volume with the tablet's regular volume. Yeah, so like if you're on a tablet, you can just press your volume buttons and that will adjust it. Might help. I don't know. Again, I don't have a tablet. I think that was our last comment, so I'm going to go ahead and pull up our timer. This will be the second to last sprint, so we'll do one more after this sprint. And I think this time I'm going to work on reading journal, see if there's any laundry to be folded, and then more book inventory. And we'll go from there. Alright, so I will see you back in 45 minutes. Lauren says there is so many things around you. That's awesome, though. This is very true. We have a lot. And Mary says, thanks, friend. We do have a lot that's around us. And there's, I feel like it's so many things, so little time. But we're just making our way through it, one at a time. Alright, I will star that last comment. And I will see you guys back in 45 minutes. Happy sprinting. Alright, how did we do on that sprint? I did update my reading journal. I did talk to husband, which is not on the list. And I did not read or do book inventory. I did, however, start filling in the notebook that I'm using for, this is the notebook I'm using for my TBR Apothecary game. So each round I do, it gets a page or two in here. Because I have a notes side, and then on the other side I have all of the roles and the prompts and the books. So I think I have figured out all of them except for... Nope, I figured them all out. The problem that I was having earlier in terms of my library and accessing my account is because they're doing maintenance. So even though I went to the website and tried to sign in, there was no yellow banner on my laptop to say that they were doing maintenance. But when I went to go try on my desktop, there was a big bright yellow banner that says, "We're sorry for any inconvenience, but we are doing maintenance, system maintenance until," I think they said like 2:30. So hopefully by the time I go back into it, they should be done and I can put one of my books on hold for TBR. And then that is done. So in the next sprint, I'll have to figure out what I'm going to do. Do I want to do book inventory, or do I want to just sit back and read and try to get this finished? Because, I don't know, maybe almost halfway, so we'll see. I'm also getting hungry, so I need to figure that out too. Hopefully we have some leftover pizza, but I did trade coffee for water. So let's see what you guys got up to, and then we'll go into our final sprint. We left off with Mary saying thanks to Ren. Lauren says we have Boston and Rhode Island, and we're so close to Connecticut, New Hampshire, Vermont. It's only a few hours away, but you have all of the cool places. I know, there's a lot of places I do want to go see. So I have to make a list and see exactly what's up there and what I want to see, and then go from there. Mary is at 40%. Nice. Lauren read a chapter, is now up to page 35 of 337. Did you say what you were reading? Remind me. Lauren says, well, at least you know it wasn't your library card. Yes. Thank goodness, because if there was something going on with my library card, then we have issues, because that's where I get the majority of my audiobooks. Unless it's like an Audible only, then I have to get it from Audible. But I try to use the library as my first go-to for audiobooks. If it's not there, but it says it's on Hoopla, then I will go there. If not, then Audible is my last resort. So, hopefully, that is just, I couldn't get in because they're doing maintenance. Livy says, I had dinner and watched a couple of YouTube videos. Ooh, what did we have for dinner? I know my lunch will probably be leftover pizza if we have it. If not, then maybe taquitos. Because I don't feel like putting too much effort into today. If I have to make something, I will, but it's Sunday, and Sunday is usually leftover day. Lauren says, what are you reading, Alicia? Currently, I'm reading Spark Joy by Marie Kondo. I've read her first one, The Life-Changing Magic of Tidying Up, but this seems to be about, like, the art of organizing, so it's a, what is it, like a companion? So, like, you do the life-changing magic of tidying up, but then this one is talking about, like, organizing and keeping up with it type thing. I don't know. It kind of seems like it's just the same, but at the same time, it's not. I don't know. Because, you know, we're going through that whole let's declutter and organize the house thing. I did find a couple of things to help me organize things better, like my bed sheets. let me tell you, that thing is a game changer. It's this little box, right? You lays flat. You put your sheets in the middle, and then you fold half of it, and there's a zipper. And then you fold the other flaps over, and they Velcro. And then you can label it and stick it on a shelf and pull it out whenever you need to. My goodness, I bought it as a test to see if it was something that would work, and like I was like, okay, it works. That should be helpful. My husband loves it. He was like, this is the best thing that you have bought. And I'm like, really? Because I was just testing a theory. I was just testing if it would be something that could be helpful for us to like put things away. So we'll see how it goes. I like it so far though. Two we have like my daughter has two sets of sheets, so obviously if one's on the bed, the other one can be in the little box, I guess you could say. And then my husband and I have two or three sets of sheets. So one of them is for like if we have guests, then they can use those, and then we have two, one on the bed, one in a box. So, and my son, he's just like, I like my Spider-Man ones. I'm good. I don't need any other sheets. I'm like, are you sure? And he's like, nope, I'm good. I'm like, okay. So, but most of the time we, take the sheets off, we wash them, we put them right back on the bed. So, slowly but surely. Lauren says, if you like history, there's a lot of history in Rhode Island and Massachusetts, and don't forget there's Plymouth Rock and all of that history as well in Massachusetts. I do want to go see that as well as Salem. So that's definitely going on my list. I just have to see what else is up there. I just ordered. Is it Pigeon Forge? Is that what it's called? I ordered a free like travel guide for that because we were talking about going that way as well because we do want to go to Dollywood and we were trying to plan that prior to her passing, but we do want to do more of it now that she has passed because we do want to see all of those things, but we don't have all of the time in the world just yet to go like traveling. Jen says I'm at 81% in the Red Queen. 2.5 hours left. Ooh, I don't know where you started, but you are making good progress. You'll definitely finish that today. Maybe, possibly. Lauren says the library is my go-to as well for my audiobooks for when I'm working in the office, and Hoopla and Audible. Did you know that if you have an iHeartRadio Premium and Spotify Premium, that there are audiobooks on there as well as you're included in your subscription? I did not know that. I don't have iHeart or Spotify, but that's kind of cool that they do that. If I ever get one of those subscriptions, I shall check that out. Oh, I need that in my life. And the Tidying Up book I've never read. What Tidying Up book do you have? I do have a couple myself. There's another author, Dana K. White. I have one or two of her books, and I would like to read them. There's a couple that I have, but ooh, excuse me. I have not gotten to them yet, obviously. Lauren says, what's the name of it? I'm gonna put it on my Goodreads. This one, it's called Spark Joy by Marie Kondo. It's an illustrated masterclass on the art of organizing and tidying up. It's the same author who did The Life-Changing Magic of Tidying Up. She basically shows you how to like fold your clothes so you can make room, and if you declutter, then here's what you should declutter or how you should declutter. She's also the same one that had the controversy of you should probably have no more than like 30 books. And I'm like, have you seen my shelves? I could not dwindle this down to 30 books. Are you kidding me? So we're not following that rule, but everything else we will consider. Like, this is non-negotiable, okay? This is me. Like, if I weed out 120 books more from this, that's she's lucky she gets that. But the rest of it, I will take her advice under consideration. When it comes to books, no, leave it alone. Lauren says, "Oh, girl, trust me, I got them too. I haven't used them yet, but they just came in from TikTok. I am absolutely getting used out of those two for my sheets. Oh, the like little boxes. Are we talking about the same thing?" Jen says, "I have those for my sheets too and love them." We're talking about the little things that like lay flat and then it zippers and then it velcros. Oh my god. I bought them on Amazon and best thing. My husband was like, "If you need to buy more, buy more." And I was like, I'm sure I'll need to buy something else on Amazon, so if we need more, I'll let you know. But right now, like, I bought a 4-pack because I figured my daughter would get one for her extra set, and then I figured we would have at least 2 or 3 sets, so that was the 4. But I don't know if we have a third set, so we might have an extra one. Maybe my son can get an extra set of sheets, and then he can have one too. But we'll figure it out. I have to go through stuff, and I know that we have like 4 comforters. Why? I don't know. Maybe more. But this is what I'm saying. Like, we need to go through things because we have things from way back when, and I don't know if we're using them anymore, let alone if we even have the same size bed. So, that and like cats, my cats liked to knead, so they have torn up 2 of the comforters. And now that we have this one, even though it's dry clean only, it's like the warmest thing ever, and it only takes $20 to dry clean it. So, and then I bought a new one while the other one was being dry cleaned as a backup. So technically, those other 2 I could probably like donate or get rid of. I don't know. This is what I mean. I have a lot of stuff. I need to go through it. One room at a time. So they say in the book. Although, this Marie Kondo, she says to go by category. Don't go room by room, but go by category. So if you're going through clothes, then you pull all the clothes and put it in a pile. And then as you touch them, if you love them, they go back on in your drawers in your closet. And if you don't, then they get donated. I don't know if I could sit there and do that all day long. But if I know that I haven't worn something, because for me, when I hang stuff, I hang at the beginning of the year, I will hang the hangers backwards. And as I wear them, I will turn them right side. So in the middle of the year, if there's anything that I have not worn, I will assess it, see if it's something that is like sweaters. Obviously, sweaters I'm not going to wear all through the year. That's only like a winter time thing. So those will stay. But if there's t-shirts that I haven't worn or I see that they're a size that I'm not, because I went from a medium to a large shirt. So if that's the case, then why am I keeping the mediums if I'm going to wear large? You know what I mean? So then I can, if I haven't worn them, I can pass them along to somebody else if they're still in good shape. So that's what I've been kind of doing, little by little. And then I'm careful about when I do get shirts because I remember what I have. And I usually say if I bring one in, then I have to take one out so that I can not overfill my closet. Lauren says, just a word to the wise, do not go to Salem between September and November. It's a bad idea. You won't be able to see anything because it's so busy. That's what I figured. Because everyone's gonna want to go there for Halloween and I'm sure they have some sort of like festivities and that kind of thing. I like to go in the off season. So, but that's like when I say, people, there's like, oh, when's the best time to go to Universal? Best time to go to Universal is when we have our winter months, because even though they have like festivities for Christmas and New Year's, right after that, people are going back to school. Their Christmas breaks are over. So like January, February is not really that busy. Also, if you go in between major holidays, it won't be as busy. It just depends on the time of year. Like Mardi Gras is stupid busy. Um, I'm trying to think of one else. Halloween Horror Nights, that's super busy. But I don't know how busy it's gonna be now that they have the new park, because they opened that park last year. The Epic Universe Park was opened in May of last year. And so, but as far as I know, like the attendance for the daytime parks, the two main ones, were lower than everyone going to the new park, which is normal. You have a new park, you have new attractions, so people are gonna go want to see it. But then you have Halloween Horror Nights, and there are people that are like hardcore, we're doing Halloween Horror Nights. So it was, from what I understand, still kind of busy. So everything, I'm sure, is gonna have their own, like, don't go between here and here because it's super busy. And I know Salem is gonna be one of those. Universal is crazy busy. Lauren says, and I will tell you, they are big names. They're not like no-name audiobooks. Huh. Well, like I said, if I ever have a subscription to those, I'll have to check them out. Jen says, definitely want to finish today. I have this one and one more to finish before the end of the month. Listen, I just finished a book. If I can finish this one before the end of tomorrow, I'll be happy. If not, then I read 3 books for August. But my September TBR is looking a little longer than August, so we'll see how it goes. I have to look at the page count. Depending on the page counts, I might be able to just breeze through it. Lauren says, okay, perfect. I just added to my Goodreads. The other one by her is somewhere on my coffee table. Not been read. Ooh. If it is The Life-Changing Magic of Tidying Up, I highly suggest that you read that one first and then read Spark Joy. I mean, you could probably read either one, but read that one first, The Life-Changing Magic to Tidying Up, and it'll be a lot easier. Spark Joy is kind of like okay, you've done that, now here's some tips to keep going. But she also has a lot of like stories, like her own stories of when she was doing it and then helping other clients. Lawrence's books would have to be the exception by far. Yes, I agree. Lawrence says, yeah, those are the best for sheets. I like them. I found the best sheets on Amazon where it hasn't elastic, so the sheets, it has elastic, so the sheets don't pop off the corners, because I always make my side pop off, but I bought those new ones and they are the best. I did find some like that, but they were at Target. And yeah, I agree. If you can have those elastic corners and it helps keep it actually on, so much better. They should always have those in the sheets. Lauren says, isn't it crazy how we accumulate so much stuff? Dude, yes, it is. Because I was thinking back to when it was just me, myself, and I. before I got married, and I had almost nothing. Like, I think I had maybe 2 weeks worth of clothes. I had a bookshelf full of books, and I think I had maybe like a handful of DVDs and CDs. Now, like, I've been married for 20, almost 21 years, and not even counting the kids' stuff, I have a lot. I have a lot of stuff. And obviously, I have more than just a bookshelf of books. So I've gotten a lot. I've gotten a lot. Lauren says, I think I'm better off doing room by room. I, to be honest, me too. Um, I couldn't, I couldn't do it. Now, I would rather just make a list of all the rooms and what needs to be done, and then do that room, and then check it off when it's done. Because then I would systematically go through each room and declutter, get rid of whatever needs to go, and then organize what's left. Lauren says that's so smart. I keep hearing about that, putting the hangers to the opposite way, and I'm so bad at that, but I should do it. Try it, dude. Like, it's helped me figure out what I wear and what I don't wear. Because think about it. Every time they say you have like a closet full of things, they always say you only wear like 20% of what is in your closet. So I started testing that theory. At the beginning of the year, I always turn my hangers around and I go through. And by the time I get to the end of June, I always have like half of my hangers are still from when I had turned them around. So then I know that that stuff can probably be weeded out, or I, like I said, I look at it and see if it's something that's like sweaters, because I don't put, like, when I was younger, I used to take out the cold weather stuff when spring came, and then when fall came, I'd pull out the winter stuff, right? But I don't have to do that now. I just hang it up and I say, okay, this is fall, that can't be touched until then. And then I have the rest of my stuff. So if I'm not wearing some of it, or I've, quote unquote, outgrown it, why am I hanging on to it? So that's what I do. Um, Lauren says that's why I'm trying to do during the winter when I'm stuck inside in the cold weather. It just takes a few hours on the weekends to go through things little by little. Yep. And you could even start with like 15 minutes, do a drawer, and then see what happens. And if you keep going, you keep going. If not, then you do 15 minutes, you did a drawer, you start again the next day. That's what I've been finding out with all of these like declutter books and videos I've been watching. Yep. Livia says the folding tip for the t-shirts is life-changing. They fit in the drawers much better. See, I would, if I did put my shirts in drawers, I would probably do that folding tip. But I hang my shirts. So the only thing that goes in my drawers is usually like bras, underwear, socks. Um, I have my swimwear. I have a drawer that has like half winter, like scarves and a hat for when it does get cold down here. And then the other half is bathing suits. And then I've got two other drawers that I probably need to go through because some of it has like shorts, but I don't know if those shorts fit. And I don't know if you guys know about this brand, but back in probably like early 2000s to like 2010s, there was a company called LuLaRoe. And at first you could only get their leggings. I don't know if it's a her, but you could get their leggings through like people that's like sold it. So like it was kind of like what's it called? Avon. It's kind of like that setup, but it was like leggings, And then they branched out and they did like pencil skirts and dresses that were all one thing and had pockets. I still have some of those, but I don't wear them. I couldn't tell you if they even fit. If they did, I mean, I would wear this one pair all the time because it was Disney and it had Maleficent on it. But I couldn't tell you if they fit me today because I wore those before I had my kids. So you know what I mean? So I have to go and see if they still fit. If not, why am I holding on to them? If they're still in good condition, which most of them are, I could probably give them to somebody else and they could wear them. And then they'd be like, oh my god, look at this. Somebody's giving away LuLaRoe. I don't even know if they're still a thing. It's fascinating. Lauren says, it's the one, so I'll read that before Spark Joy. Okay. Yeah, so you've got the life-changing magic of tidying up. It's a long title, but it was worth the read. And they also have a manga version of it. It's quite cool. The manga version does, it's not like a true manga. It does read left to right. So I guess it's like a graphic novel or of sorts, but it is of that book. So I enjoyed it. I liked it. I was fascinated that they were able to put it into a graphic novel setup. Lauren says, when I bought my condo, I said, how am I going to fill up the space? LOL, and now I have no space. It's funny how that always happens, right? I did the same thing. It was just me and my husband when we bought this house. And we have since had, I think my sister lived with us at one point. We had a friend, or who we thought was a friend, live with us at one point. And then we had our kids. And now I'm just going, where did all my space go? So, now we're decluttering. Lauren says, my husband and I are trying to declutter big time. Yes. Lauren says, I don't even know what's in my closet. That's so bad because I got so much stuff in there. And then I've got laundry piled up in front of my closet. It's bad. Need help. You got this. Go through. I would say go through and see what you wear the most, or like what you bought years ago. Maybe there's stuff in there that you haven't worn in years and or doesn't fit anymore. I would get rid of that stuff first and then organize and see what is still current for what you need. That's what I did with my closet. I got rid of skirts and sweatpants and shirts that no longer fit me, and then I went from there. So, it is doable. You got this. You can do it. My biggest thing is I sometimes will throw things in my closet and then I can't walk in. So I have to go in, clean it up, pull things out, and then make sure I can see the floor. I don't know why, but I like to hide things in closets. And I think it's just because I have too much stuff and I don't know where to put it, or I don't have a place to put it. What I need to do is, as I declutter, go through and say, okay, this belongs here, this belongs in a different room, this doesn't belong anywhere, so let's get rid of it, that type of thing. Lauren says, my biggest problem is that I work so many hours too, and when I do fit it in between my two small businesses and my overtime, and that's why I'm going to use winter time to my advantage. Yes, do it. Lauren says, they're still around. LuLaRoe. Oh my gosh. I think they're still around, right? Fuck if I know. I can Google it. I have no idea. Is LuLaRoe still around? It says they're still in business, but the multi-level marketing clothing brand is much smaller than it was during its peak popularity. Yeah, so they're not Oh. It says that they've had past troubles and decline. They've had lawsuits. The company faced many legal battles and lawsuits over business practices. Looks like they had to. It says state settlement. LuLaRoe paid a $4.75 million fine to settle a lawsuit with Washington State back in 2021. Wow, I did not know that. And of course, they lost sellers. Thousands of independent consultants quit after negative publicity and documentaries highlighting problems within the company. So they're still around. They're just not. And they do have a website. It doesn't look like they have the following that they did prior. They had some cute patterns though. My leggings, I had a couple of Disney ones. I had some Christmas ones. I think I had a one or two Halloween. Like I had seasonal stuff, but I can't fit most of it. Lauren says, I'm so bad that I still have stuff from college. I'm just gonna let you know my college days were 26 years ago. Dude, I have a jacket that I wore in high school. And I graduated high school 24 years ago. Is that right? Because I graduated in 2002. So yeah, I know, I get what you mean. Like, I do not have a grown up uh, wardrobe at all. Most days, you'll see me in yoga pants and a graphic t shirt. That is my. Or sweatpants, lounge pants, long sleeve shirts. I do not have a grown up wardrobe whatsoever. I don't own skirts. I don't own dresses. It's it's like everything has to be comfy. So yoga pants, graphic tees, sneakers. I will occasionally wear a flip flop. Nothing overly exciting. I don't own makeup. I can't tell you the last time I've actually had to like dress up in business attire or business casual attire. My last job was I worked at a library. We had a uniform, and that was 9 years ago because my son will turn 9 this year. And I stopped working when he was born. Lauren's laughing. So, yep. I get I know how you feel. Lauren says, it's bad I graduated high school 26 years ago, but my college days are definitely about 20 to 25 years ago. It just goes to show how bad my stuff is. I got a lot of throwing out to do. Yeah, but and the thing is, too, is like if you go down the Marie Kondo route, she definitely says leave the sentimental to the last part because they know that's going to be hard to go through. Now, if you just go, I haven't seen this in X amount of years, you're better than I. I still have stuff from my high school days. Like, I have a couple of things from my prom and a couple of other, like, trinkets. And I'm like, do I need to keep these? If I keep them, then, I have to put a use to them somehow. That's where I'm at. Like, everything that is in this house has to have a purpose or I can use in some way, shape, or form. I don't want to just display it unless it is made for that purpose. Like my Legos, I will display those. Or, books, they serve a purpose and I can display them. But I want my house to be functional. I don't want it to look like one of those. We've cleared everything out. We're staging the house for sale because we're not, by all means. My goal is to never move from this house if I don't have to. But I don't need to keep everything in this house, too. I need to go through it. Plus, I've got a shed that has some of my stuff in it. Gotta go through that, too. Lauren says, I think I have a box of CDs in my garage and DVDs and things like that I don't use. Now, I have a bunch of DVDs. I have a collection so big that I had to build a second DVD rack for it. Because a lot of these streaming services, if you want to watch something, they might have it, but then there's commercials, right? And so we started collecting DVDs, Blu-rays, whatever they have out of certain movies so that when we want to watch it, we can watch it without having to worry about commercials. We had one movie that we were trying to watch and it kept doing the commercial thing, and I'm fine if it's like a 1.5 minute worth of commercials, but you get into like 3 minutes of commercials and then you go back to the movie. Nope, you might as well just pop in the DVD. So that's why I keep my DVDs. I do have a couple of CDs as well, but nothing huge. Jen says I'm decluttering too, but my issue is getting rid of stuff from when my kids were little. This is where I get picky and choosy. Because what I did for this is I made them each, they have two quote unquote memory boxes. They have one where it's from when they were first born, so they can, that's all together, has like all their firsts. Once that box was full, then I set it off to the side and I started a new one. If they want to keep something, it goes in the box. But what I've learned is that once that box is full, you can't add anything else. So if there's something in particular that they want to keep and it won't fit, then they have to take something else out to fit in that one item. And I've learned this from many different decluttering people that I've been watching on YouTube. They say use that container as your boundary. That boundary allows you to keep stuff, yes, but you can't keep everything, right? So they say use that as okay, here is your boundary. Whatever the size container is that you've decided is going to be the limit, then that's your limit. So you can put stuff in there, and once it's full, then you say, okay, that's it, then nothing else can stay. Or you have to be choosy. You pick one out to take out and you add in the new item. So that's kind of where I'm at too. Because my kids, they would keep everything. They're like, can you add this to my baby box? Can you add this to my baby box? I can't add everything. So I tell them, okay, well, we'll put it aside. But then when we go through the baby box, I say, okay, this is this is the limit. So if you want to keep this, you have to get rid of something. And then they just go, They either make the decision or I go, this you had multiple of. So maybe don't keep this one, but keep the thing that you want to keep. So I'm still working on it myself though. Because I have to do that with all of their school, like artwork. They want me to keep everything, but I've set up a file box that has each grade level. It goes from preschool all the way to their 4th year of college. So if they want to keep certain things from each grade level, they can only hold so much. And right now, they've only, my son is in 3rd grade. So preschool, kindergarten, 1st grade, 2nd grade. That's 4 years. And he's already got it like halfway full. And not including the other folders. So now I'm just like, we need to go through this. This can't be like every school year. So, little by little. That's probably why I have so much of a paper clutter issue right now, is because I have huge container, and anytime my desk gets filled with paper, where does that paper go? In the container. And now I have to go through all those papers. And it doesn't matter what kind of paper it is. There could be important papers or papers that, need to be filed or school things. They come home with so much stuff. But yeah, that's and the thing is too is you're decluttering, and when you're saying stuff from your kids when they were little, that's the sentimental stuff. Save that for last declutter something else in the meantime. Lauren says, I'm lucky at work. I can wear jeans, sweatshirts, sweaters, sneakers. When I'm working from home, it's yoga pants and t-shirts. Yep. That's an everyday occurrence for me. Either pajamas, I'll stay in my sweatpants and a t-shirt, or I'll do yoga pants and a t-shirt. Jen says, I know I should. I'm just afraid I'll forget those memories and the things remind me sometimes. If that's the case, take pictures. You can create an album of all the things that when you take a picture, you have that memory. If that item sparks a memory, take a picture and put it in a photo album. And you can actually do that throughout their entire, like, growing up. And then you don't have to necessarily hold on to that item that's taking up space. You can just take a photo, put it in a photo album, and then you can flip through. So, that's an idea. Lauren says, don't laugh, but I have a leather Betty Boop jacket. I never wore it, but once one of my close friends who passed away gave it to me, but I'm gonna have to part with it. Again, you don't have to, but if it doesn't fit or you just don't want it anymore, take a picture. Put it in a photo album. I have things of my mother's that I have to do that with because she had a lot of stuff, and when she passed away, we had just moved into this house. It was like we bought the house in 2014, she passed in 2015. I have containers of her stuff in the garage, and I have no idea what condition it's in as we speak because they're in Rubbermaid containers. It's not like it's a weather tight container, so I don't know if ants are living in there or roaches have somehow got in or if everything's perfect, fine, and pristine. So that's another reason, like, why I want to go through things, because if I go through it, I see it's okay. If it's in good condition and I know someone else can use it, I'll probably take a picture and say, this was my mom's, I passed it on, now someone else can enjoy it. But there are also things from my childhood that I feel like I don't need to hold on to. And then that would tie up space so that if there is something that is seasonal, I can put it out there, change it from, say, a Rubbermaid container to a weather tight container so that the humidity and the bugs and all the things cannot get in, and then go from there. That is my thought process. Lauren says, yeah, those I probably won't get rid of. You do make a valid point there. See? Glad I could help. And let me know if you don't like my ideas, you could just tell me to shut up too. I won't mind. But based off of what I've been reading and watching in videos, this is what I've learned. This is what the people that are decluttering and organizing, like Cass from the Clutterbug, she goes through a lot of it, and so she's, I've gotten bits from her, I've gotten bits from other people, I've gotten bits from reading books about it, so it's just what I've learned and what I can pass along. I can only give you ideas, is my hope. With that being said, though, we have reached the bottom of the comments, so we're going to go into our final sprint. Let me change my banner. I think I'm going to eat in this sprint because I'm hungry. And then I think I'm just going to read and see what the family's doing. So, final sprint, make it count, and I will see everyone back in 45 minutes. Happy sprinting! How did everyone do on that final sprint? I can tell you that I did not do book inventory and I did not get to read. So I will do those in a different. Um, I'll do those after sprints. But I did not get to do those, which is fine. I kind of substituted. I did get lunch, so I had that. I had some pepperoni and grilled chicken pizza. And I did check on hubby because he was working on the car, which I'm kind of glad he finished up because now it sounds like it's raining. And I worked on my apothecary TBR notebook. I write it down on a piece of paper, and then when I figure out which books are for prompts, then I write everything in the notebook so that when I film, if I need to refilm or anything, I'm not forgetting information. But also, it's a nice way to see what each time, like what I do. So I was almost finished writing that stuff in. I have to write one more prompt in there that I got, and then that will be done. So I will do that afterwards. But let's see what you guys got up to, and we'll go from there. We left off here. That was our last sprint before we went, or last comment before going into the sprint. Lauren was saying, yeah, those I probably won't get rid of, but you do make a valid point. Yep, it's starting to rain. And then, so while I was eating, I decided, I was on my desktop, and I decided to put in our friends who are sprinting, so you could pop over and say hello. The first one I put in was Tula, but that by the time I got towards the end of the list, she had already finished. So, but you could still go over and hit the like button. Watch the replay. I also put in Anna's sprints because I believe she is sprinting for Donna's 72-day readathon. Kindle is a new one for me. Hopefully I pronounced that right. But she is a new one that I found, and she is sprinting. Also, we have Princess, who is sprinting. Amanda from Amanda's Booktopia is sprinting. And this is Steph from Coffees Over Apples. I misspelled her name. So, and this was me correcting because I can't type today. Christina came back, made it back before you finished. Yay! We did add in an extra sprint, Christina. We were only going to do 3, and then I said, you know what, let's do 4. Because I have the time still on my StreamYard. I had like 11 hours. And I was like, I'm not going to sprint for 11 hours, by all means, no. But maybe I'll add in an extra sprint. So that's what I did. Christina says, remember to hydrate, feed thyself, check the laundry, take meds, stretch, and show some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring the bell so you hopefully get notified. Yes, please, and thank you. It helps the channel grow as well as meet new friends. So be sure to do all of the things. I greatly appreciate it. If you can't hear it, yes, it has started to rain. Yes, this is me saying it looks like Tula has finished, but everyone else is still sprinting. I will most likely be in Anna's, but I may pop around to the others and at least say hi and hit the like button. This is me saying hello and welcome back to Christina. She did a little heart. Tula says, hey Alicia, it's weird seeing you finish after me, lol. Here to say bye on my way to bed. Well, I hope you have a good night rest. Thank you for popping in and hitting the like button. Ren says, thanks for sprints, Alicia. You're so welcome. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Lauren says, I got to page 43 on my book, and now I'm eating pizza. Hey, me too. I had pizza. Like I said, I had, it was stuffed crust, pepperoni, and grilled chicken. And then I had like a little, like garlic knot type piece of bread. It was from Hungry Howie's. Lauren says, I love the fact that we have 4 sprints today. Well, I could do them again. I just have to see. Like today was okay because the kids are busy with their thing and the husband was doing his thing. But if because normally today is laundry day, in which we are doing laundry, but it's not time for me to fold anything yet. So if I can squeeze it in, I would. Or if I have the time, like it did with StreamYard. Normally I plan it out so that I use most of the 20 hours because I get 20 hours free every month. So I try to stick within that realm. So we'll see. I do have to schedule September's now that we are at the end of August. So Lauren says thank you for sprints. You're welcome. I hope you were able to get a lot done. And it's always nice to see friends and hang out for a bit. And Lauren says mine stuffed. Oh, first pepperoni, Italian sausage, mushrooms, and green peppers. Ooh, that sounds kind of like a supreme. Yum yum. I would take all of that except for the mushrooms. We don't do mushrooms. I mean, I can, but if left to my own devices, no, I would not. Alright, that is all I have for you guys. Like I said, I'll be probably in Anna Sprints and bouncing around the YouTubes. So I will see you in other chats. Don't forget that we are doing Morning Time Pirates tomorrow on Kelly's channel. So if you usually hang out there, then I will see you there. I will have a video coming out either later this weekend, like later today, or early next week. And then I will start doing September's videos. So be on the lookout for those, and I'll see you on Wednesdays where we do 100 Pages Book Club, and we are starting Dungeon Crawler Carl Book 1. Other than that, I can't think of anything, so I will see you on the next round of live streams. Lauren says hers was a stuffed crust as well. Ooh. It wasn't got from Hungry Howie's, was it? Because then we would be pizza twinsies. Alright, y'all. I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to clean up my mess and go see what the family's doing. See if they're still doing their things. If they are, then I'm going to continue with my things, but at my desk. And I'm going to try to finish this book. Can you hear the rain? The rain is going. Alright, where is my button? Button. Who's got the button? There it is. Lauren says, I will see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. On that note, I will leave you. I will see you guys on the interwebs, and have a good rest of your weekend and week ahead. Until next time. Bye.